Here first, like always, a quick ad, then we get started, so I'll see everyone very shortly. We'll be continuing Mountain Blade a bit more today, so I hope you guys enjoy. Yo, Ripe, congrats on being first. Hope you're doing well. Nice, Ripe. And Hardy, you got me. You're a bit of a prick for that one. I was away from the screen, so I didn't see it coming. How you doing, by the way, Hardy? Alright. Still grinding away. The match is going any better? Alright. We'll get started in just a second here. Oh, I just got my coffee. So 1 second. Alright. And there we go. Well, only so much you can do in a match, right? To make it go any better. Especially if you keep... I don't know if you're seeing the same names constantly. Alright. Let's get that going. Reset this. Either you excited for tomorrow? Since it'll be another 24-hour stream. I know I do them relatively often, but I thought about trying to add something to this one, but I think I'm going to do another one soon after. That'll give me more time to prep and try and iron out some things. And we may add challenges to that one. We'll see. Yes, tomorrow. I forgot to put it in the Discord, didn't I? One moment. Oh. One second. There we go. Yeah, we're doing one on Saturday here. So hopefully that's enjoyable. Ah, I need that coffee. So we also won't be doing a long stream probably today. We'll see. Because I'll need to get some sleep and I still want to get a few more games ready. All right. Where we last left off, we had just done a massive siege to defend Erbschauen. Looks like Stag here is under attack. I think pretty soon here we're gonna break away from this faction, and we're gonna go join one of the other Empire factions at war with someone else. That is not the Empire, you know. So we're not just warring with ourselves here. I had seen something, yeah, right here. We just dropping a couple pipes on them. I saw over here someone took Drakenfels or Drakenolf. I keep saying Drakenfels because of Vermintide. Which may be on the docket for games tomorrow, by the way. Apparently they actually recently did a rebalance of some weapons too, which would be nice. But we'll probably go over here and assist against the vampire hordes. We also do need to say I use some of our prestige, but we need to get some more back so that we can get the next rank for the engineering guild. And we'll leave those deserters. We only have to chaos and undead. Well, so much for helping with that. That is a scary party. Because that's a chaos warrior faction. I'm gonna make a save here because I don't remember how close it was with the Chaos Warriors. I'm pretty sure it was a pretty difficult fight. We've got a mage though now, and I did get them one spell. Let's see. We got them this buff ally weapons in a 15-meter radius to basically do fire damage. Which should help us cook the Chaos Warriors in their armor. At least a little bit. And it doesn't say just melee. So, I'm a little curious to test this and see. Because if we're allowed to use that on our ranged weapons, that could really help us out. Yeah, I've got a few games on the docket. We'll obviously be playing more than what's just on the list, probably. I've got a few game demos I've been meaning to try, by the way, that we'll possibly do during the 24-hour stream. One is actually one that's similar to Kingsfield called Queen's Domain. Yes, I know, very on point. I'm a sucker for those old games, like Kingsfield, and games like it. So it's refreshing to see so many new ones come out. For those who don't know what that game, Kingsfield is, it was a dungeon crawler made by a first-person dungeon crawler made by FromSoft. It's actually where they got a lot of their things. Like, that's the series the Moonlight Greatsword actually comes from, as well as Seath and a few other characters they use as recurring characters. Other than that, we've also got Stalker Gamma, which just got a massive update. And it's been a while since we've played it. May give the One Life attempts a few more, shall we say. It also just got a massive engine overhaul, in the sense that it now has CPU support for higher-end CPUs, or more modern CPUs. Which is big for actually helping with a lot of the stuttering in that. And from my testing I did last night, it sure worked pretty good. Alright, so the Chaos Warriors are over there. We are not being given the time to really defend here. Let's do that. Okay, this is this is as far back as we can go. Looks like he just blasted a few of them with a fireball, it seems like. But we want him back here. We definitely want a shield wall formation. Alright. Whose formation's gonna be best? There we go. Alright. He's throwing fireballs. Alright, so the Chaos Warriors definitely still a bit iffy. But we're at least taking out their cavalry here. Actually a little bit better than we were before. So I can't complain there. Going to have them face the enemy. Alright. Nope. Didn't mean to do that. That was a fat finger. We're just gonna do this. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be doing a variety of stuff. We may do some multiplayer games too, since we're not doing some tonight partially. At least it seemed like, because Topsku is way too tired. Unfortunately. Alright, let's go ahead and blast him here. Alright. Get that big blast in there from the wizard, I'm pretty sure. Alright. We're going to retreat here. All right. Actually, no, no, we've almost got this. We've almost got this. They don't stand against us. I was gonna back up because I thought more of them survived there. But we've actually decimated the Chaos Warriors for once. When they've met our line. The cannon. Who's got the explosive? You do. I need more of you. I need more of the what's it called? The Master Engineers on our side. They kind of shredded through the Chaos Warriors there. I see him right there. A wizard may have this. Now, we did suffer pretty devastating loss, so I wouldn't say this is a amazing fight, but now we at least know somewhat of what we need. Hopefully most of those people actually didn't die there. Oh, we actually downed him with the headshot. Nice. Well. Let's double tap them. Okay, so we suffered the third over... Or no, they suffered a third... Wait, no. Here we go. Okay, so... Sorry, brain's a little frazzled still. 14 deaths. Not bad. And actually, 35 retreats, which I'm pretty sure is from me accidentally fat-fingering it while we're right next to the area. So, that's fine. We basically had no severe losses compared to what I was expecting. Nice. We got leadership 100. That's pretty big. We're gonna go ahead and get a few handgunners here. There we go. And we got 500 prestige. Perfect. I'll have to look and see what we need to do with that to get the what we have to do for the engineers there, but we have the ability to upgrade them now. Hopefully. A lot of supplies there. What's the most? Okay, nighttime. So we're actually fine on speed. A few of the games I still have to get ready for tomorrow, by the way, which is why we're not going to do a super long stream definitely today. One of them I was thinking of going back to and starting up a campaign with is we may do some more Battle Brothers. I've been kind of having the itch for that kind of game. I may make sure like the mod or the mods I have are working and everything. And we may do that because Wolfkin had mentioned it in a while back, and I think therefore already scare me too much, and I'll throw you in the front lines. You'll be the first to fight the dragons that we'll be encountering, possibly. So I'll probably try and get the Battle Brothers like fantasy mod. It's not Legends, it's through Reforged. I never really did like Reforged. I didn't play enough of it either, but it definitely is like I need to do at least one or return to it once a year. I feel like because that's a game I love returning to. Got most of the games already installed and everything that we're gonna play as well. I need to test Total War 3 because I was kind of trying to, or wanting to try 3 rather than 2 a little bit. Let's see how it feels. Not that I imagine it will go any better. There we go. We'll sell the Chaos, not recruits in that case. Normally they'd be recruits in Bannerlord, but not today. And we'll hire some more engineers to bolster our forces. We'll get rid of 2 of the recruits here. So, ironically enough, we're almost the opposite of what we were in the Dwarven campaign. Where with the Dwarves, we had, like, a wall of melee and then the ranges support. In this, we're actually using the ranged as the what's it called? As the like primary forces. I am very tempted to get loyalty and honor. The renown gain, with the fact we're locked out of everything because of renown, I feel like that's the more important one. Alright. You will definitely just give you wood chopper here. Because we're going to put him in command of the infantry. Just so they have a commander. And so he kind of sticks to their... or like to them a little bit more. We've almost got these. How close were we? Let me see here. Okay, so we got a bit of a ways to go. So yeah, the renown gain will be important here. That 10 companion limit. That is going to be a money sink for us. But I think we should go ahead and get started with that. Oh, we are getting a lot of money from our mercenary contract right now, too. Go and make a save. I think we're going to have to recruit a witch hunter to act as our right-hand man. Or no, we'll recruit an Empire Sergeant, if anything. We're setting up the Uberstrike 5. Or at least the ones we can. We've already got our Bright Wizard... Well, I guess not the Uberstrike 5 because of what we're going to be doing, but, yeah, we'll go with Dunkelberg 4, probably, or 3. Because we won't be able to get all the... I don't think we can recruit elves, but, we'll see if we can get dwarves and, try and, get close here. I do still want a... What's it called? Here we go. We'll go ahead and visit him. And we'll get him here. By the way, any multiplayer games we play during the 24-hour stream, you guys are welcome to join in for. I forgot to mention that as well. One thing I'm thinking of picking up is, it caught my eye. I may pick up Rogue Core. Because I already love Deep Rock Galactic, and Rogue Core seems interesting to me. So we may try that tomorrow. If I do end up picking it up. Alright. Let's skip the pleasantries. I'm interested in hiring a commander here. You look grizzled enough. There we go. But I think we will be doing like some multiplayer games, possibly. Like, if you guys want to join in, feel free. Need to take a look and see if it's on. It's probably not on the premium side. It's probably on Ultimate. Um, I may take a look and see. We may try Subnautica 2. We may actually try Subnautica 2 for a little bit. We'll see. I know I don't plan on playing it immediately because I know it's very early access still. And it's going to be getting a lot of content, so I'll be like kind of checking it out sparingly until it gets most of its story and everything. We may check that out as well. I'm just trying to think of like any other games we want to add to the list. By the way, you guys are feel free to make recommendations. Like I said, I've got a few game demos we'll probably try. But I'm always down to find more games that you guys are interested in. Free Company Scouts, those are the bowmen. I looked at their recruitment tree, by the way. These guys are not real great. The issue with them is they only go up to tier 4. So they're actually more like quick disposable troops. That's actually what they're meant to be, basically. Okay. And that's why I had it on him. Actually, like, I like his armor there. Gonna do that, store that. Let's see. Ooh, wait, hold on. I didn't pay attention to this. Got some cool helmets. Nothing that's better than what I'm currently wearing, but nice looking ones. Um, they'll be second guessing us. May I would like convince Chaos to not attack us. Also, he has a pistol to start with. It's actually not bad. Honestly, I get why they made the companions a little bit more expensive. Because they definitely have better loadouts to start with than what you would normally have. So it definitely makes sense. We'll give him. I'm kind of tempted to give him this flail. Oh, it actually does have. Okay. No, actually, we'll give you the halberd here. We'll give him a halberd to fight with. I think I'll put that flail on myself. As a one-handed option. When we use one. Let's see. We've got the Empire Greatsword. I'm fine doing this. We'll equip the flail. We'll equip the flail there. We'll give him proper musket bullets. Do I have a better pistol for him? We do. We're going to store some of our pistol bullets on us. We're going to quickly give him the better flintlock. And we'll put his old one on us, on like our civilian loadout there. You know what? Here we go. We've actually got some plate armor for him. And that keeps his look there. Honestly, I kind of like this one's look a little bit more, but that's just much better armor. We'll do this. We will also go ahead and replace his gloves and boots here with the proper stuff. Yeah, that works. Actually, I am a little tempted. Yeah, we'll do that. Those will be trophies, you know, to show he's proficient here. Because it gives a little bit more chest armor, which is going to be important here. Chest armor is going to be a lot more important than arm armor. I feel like. Because the range units will honestly mainly hit the chest. So really, that's the main worry. All right. Oh. Okay, so we got Mabel settling in. Hey, Mabel. I see you there. That's a big raid. If we can take that on, I wouldn't mind it. That's what works. You know what? I just saw something. There's a herd stone. We may... Oh, we don't quite have the forces for the herd stones, because those are, what, 200? Those Chaos Raiders there. That's another... Alright. We need to get back up to Nuln. But I also need a little bit more prestige here. We must, you know, distinguish ourselves on the field of battle here. The Chaos Knight. Oh, it did pull in the other party, too. Okay, good. We have backup. Oh. More like cannon fodder. But still. You know, I just thought of something for... something I may add for the stream tomorrow. It'll depend on what I can come up with, but I may add a random challenge wheel. And then we'll have just like a generic punishment, or we have to keep rolling the wheel until we beat one of them. But I may add like a generic challenge wheel that we'll pull from. That I'll have it redeemed so that you guys can you know, spin it and we'll get one. Also, we're in the loading screen here. We'll go ahead and we'll do a Tangia dungeon for you guys. But challenge suggestions are welcome. These are going to be a little easier because they'll be a random one, and I'm not quite sure what we want to do for a punishment yet, to be honest. But we'll see. Let's definitely do this, so he sticks with us. That is a true challenge there. I wouldn't be able to get them all, like, at one time, Artie. But 1 second. We will try that. Here's Mabel. There you go. Let me go get the others, so 1 second. We have Nikita. The cute little baby. 1 second, I'm going to do another Tangia dungeon for you guys while I'm doing this. Oh. This little one's been very cuddly. Oh. We got Kiki. Yeah. Alright. Now, I did not see the other two. So they must be hiding somewhere. So you know what? You get your points back as well, Hardy. And I'll consider that a failed challenge. You'll get your points back, but I'll still try, next time I see him, we'll try and get him back. We'll do one more dungeon as we enter the battlefield here. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea where Jack is, especially right now. Because he's a little goober who will be anywhere. Alright. What do we have to work with? These guys are gonna charge in? I think we just move up with them. Alright. Let's move up. We'll have them follow us. Alright. Let's keep moving up our troops. I think we're gonna post up. just a little bit past.
Ready yourselves.
Like this hill here.
Marching order.
I think we'll post up just a little bit past it. Oh, I did add a few extra interactions that you can get, or you guys can use specifically through vouchers. And I upped the chance of vouchers dropping for you guys from Tendia Dungeon.
Marching order.
Alright, we're actually going to move up right here. Speaking of redeems, hello, Brian. Thank you. Let me fix that real quick for you. I was getting up and retrieving cats, so I'm not surprised it became a little blurry. There we go. Yeah, there's a few extra redeems, and I added a few extra categories you can get redeems for the vouchers for as well. Hopefully I won't regret that. All right. Come on. There we go. Order the accusation on him. Let's go and fire away here. How you doing, by the way, Brian? All right. Let's go ahead and engage in melee here, too. And now that they're retreating, we'll fire a few more shots here. There we go. Not quite getting them. Oh well. They got away. That's fine. Oh. Got a few champions there that we captured. I definitely want to be leveling these guys up. We should have gotten good prestige from that. Let me go ahead and join in on that. Yeah, feel free to redeem that whenever you guys want, by the way. I'll try and do a few, at least a couple free ones each stream. Well, you see, Brian, the reason I added the dungeon is so we can get more free more of the interactions. Because you have a 50 channel point redeem limit, and I've been at that for a while, which is why I have a hard time actually adding any reaction or like any redeems. Because it's like, what do I want to remove? There's so many good ones from Tangia that I use. And there's so many that you guys like the lizard ones or Bob the Necromancer constantly making his appearance known. Just scrapping items here to level my character up, actually. But it's like so hard to get rid of any of those that I was like, all right, we're going to use this as a way for people to still be able to access them without having to, like, you know, use bits. And it helps allow me to, like, clear stuff up as well. All right. All right. Let us see. But that was the main reason for me adding it. Actually, funnily enough, it's already used Hangio, so I was like, why not? I mean, already got it enabled. Once I figured out what the actual setup was, it was pretty easy. Oh yeah, that's why I was also considering leaving the retinue here, or the service. Thank you for the 1/4 there, Brian. The support's greatly appreciated. By the way, we're not doing, or at least I don't think we're still doing any multiplayer today. But I was gonna ask if you want to do anything multiplayer tomorrow, because with the 24-hour stream, I was planning anytime we're playing a multiplayer game, may as well, give the option. And one of the games I was thinking about picking up would be, what's it called? Rogue Core. I had seen you had played that. That's what I was wondering. I noticed that you had played it while I was on vacation, actually. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that you mentioned the festival there. Fair enough. I actually forgot you had mentioned that yesterday. Or not yesterday, but Wednesday. I'm not gonna lie. I probably should have planned an extra week in advance as well before my vacation to help ease up the trying to plan for what we're doing here. All right. We're gonna go ahead, because we don't want to be enemies of Nuln here. We're ending our mercenary contract with them. We are heading to Nuln, and we will go assist against the Von Karlsteins and that. Yes, given, Brian. I already love Deep Rock, so it's like, it's one of those games where I was already considering it, and seeing that I actually know some people who've gotten it, more reason to get it early on, I may try and get enough money to hire that wolf priest there. Well, to be fair, it just came out and it's in early access, isn't it? I am 2 prestige off. 1 second. We're just gonna go ahead. You know what? You know what? Oh. Well, I did just cancel my mercenary contract with them, but one moment. Hey, I see that you are about to have a siege here. I'd like to rejoin. Oh, trust me, I've noticed. It's awesome you're enjoying it that much, though. And honestly, Slay the Spire 2 definitely is in a lot more complete state than Slay the Spire 1 was on its launch. Like, it has a lot more content. So it's definitely understandable because like you have a lot more characters. It seems like more of the actual stories there because if I'm not mistaken, like the whole heart mechanics in that were not technically there early on. All right, we attack. Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, it's not their first game anymore, so it makes sense they're in a much better state. Also, you know what? I need anyone got a good story-based games you guys want to see? I saw Totelo playing Outer Wilds recently, and it got me thinking. Like, it's been a while since we've just played a good story-based game. I was actually thinking, I think it's on sale right now. Not that it's very expensive. I might grab Iron Lung because I was meaning to play that. Since the movie released. From Markiplier. I was thinking about actually playing that, so I may pick that up for the stream. I'm trying to think of any other ones that really caught my eye for like that kind of story-based puzzle game almost. I actually still need to play Outer Wilds, funnily enough. That's why I'm like I'm like chatting with Tatella, but I'm not actually watching the stream because, well, I don't want to be spoiled on anything. That's one game I've actually gotten basically spoiler free. Somehow I haven't been spoiled on that one. That one I've heard is very good. I still need to do Silk Song, which I may start as well during the 24-hour stream. We'll see. I'm kind of always iffy on starting games I plan on playing long term during 24-hour streams because it's like either I have to go back and split up the VOD, which I need to. It's awesome. I need to definitely go through and really like dig into and start getting used to the long-term video editing rather than using the YouTube editor and stuff like that, which is normally what I end up doing. I need to really dig in and like use probably DaVinci, honestly. Even if it's a little less friendly, I know it doesn't have the subscription that yeah. Brian, literally every one of my streams goes to YouTube. Okay. And I do upload the YouTube or the Twitch clips as well. I'm thinking about actually trying to start getting into making YouTube videos as well. That one's a little bit more time consuming, which is why I've kind of left that one alone for just a little bit. I thank you for the subscribe there. But yeah, if you ever want to see like any of the old streams, I want to say I've got every stream since when I first started. Which funny enough, one of the games I'll be playing will be actually the first game I ever streamed tomorrow with Dragon's Dogma, because seeing Hardy go back through and play it really got me in the mood to play it myself. But that was actually the first game I had ever streamed. Funny enough, I did like a casual run the first time and then did quite literally like more casual speed runs or like glitchless speed runs, basically, where I was just completing the game in like 4 hours for the main story and like I want to say 2 hours for the Bitter Black Isle there. Hey, you will understand if you ever play Dragon's Dogma, right? It'd get you in the mood as well, Brian. There's just something about the combat of that game that feels really good, in my opinion. Especially the first game. Between the story, like the actual story and the combat and everything, and the feel of it. Yes. The, like, action RPG one. I'm just gonna order them to chop away the gate here, so when this gets in, they'll already be ready. Alright. Yeah, if you think of the... Yeah, it is an amazing game. What... Out of curiosity, Brian, what graphics card do you have? I don't remember if you've ever mentioned it. There are some oddities because it's such an old game. It can be a little, like on PC at least, it can be a little odd. But, also, it is one that you, like, generally play with just controller, no matter what. But, okay. That lag spike just completely threw me off there. Guess I'm blaming it on the lag spike there. But, there are some oddities that can happen on PC, I've noticed, but it actually has some pretty cool stuff, like mod-wise on PC, that kind of overhauls the game. There we go. Okay, I think AMD is one of those that normally is fine. I'm offered, we must decline your offer to join your kingdom. But I think AMD's normally fine. I think it's mainly Intel cards that have the issues. But I would definitely say, like, give it a try, Brian. It is a really amazing game. It's one of those games where, like, even though it has a lot of jank in that, if you like action RPGs or that kind of style of game, it is one of those I will always recommend to people. Like, as just... It's a must-play. Even with the state it technically is even still in. It's just one of those games that's very unique for what it is. Alright, I'm just going to do a 30-second ad here while we're waiting for this load screen here. And we'll be right back. Alright. I do still want to do 2 more campaigns in this. I want to do a good Necromancer run. Where we actually go and conquer, throughout the region. But I also definitely want to do a orc run as well. At some point. We'll probably take a break after we do this campaign, if anything. Well, maybe not. Maybe we'll do the orc one after. We'll see. Like, Pretty hate us. Okay, whatever. Be that way. Let's go ahead and talk to the master engineer here. And welcome back, by the way, everyone. I try and run ads, like, at least on this game during load screens because they're somewhat long, so it just lines up perfectly. Oh, that's gonna... Because I don't like the manual ad, or not the manual ad, the ad manager for Twitch. I just don't care for it, personally. But, I try and keep pre-rolls off the channel now. That's why, like, you may notice me pick up, like, doing ads. It's not because I literally get pennies from it. It's not for that reason. He just lost his face for a second. But it's simply for the fact of I don't want you guys to have to suffer through pre-rolls if you guys have to reload or anything, or things like that. Also, some blueprints. Recreate. Okay. There you go. There's your influence. Let's take a look at your stock now. What have you retrieved now? So, holy crap, those are expensive. 80K. Holy crap, though. Okay, so the Empire is definitely like the faction of they like their single shot guns compared to the dwarves, which are like the more specialty ones. Like, man, the Empire's guns seem like they're really good. That's like these long rifles are nearly 200 damage. Actually, they will be 200 damage with the bullets. That is just a guaranteed one shot. Holy crap. Man, are they expensive. Alright, well, I really would like to get one of these too, but we do not have the money right now to afford a blunderbuss. As much as I want one, we do not have the money. So... But... we should be finally good here. That lets us not have to worry about that for a bit. We should be able to get cannons too now, I think. So we may have save up and try and get a cannon, you know, for our army here. That way I can man the walls of a castle I take with a cannon line and have them bombard anything that approaches. We didn't really get to use many of the... Or we didn't use any cannons with the dwarves. We kind of swapped over to this, because I was like, I'm kind of enjoying some of the stuff, but I definitely wanted, like, a more diverse faction. The Empire definitely is working for that, because we can get mages and such. But we're definitely going to save up for a cannon here, and for a blunderbuss. Which we should be able to make a lot of money quick from... Actually... Ideas. We made a lot of money with the doors before. What if we actually go sign as a mercenary for them? If we sign as a mercenary for the dwarves... I even get a dwarf, companion if we're allowed to. Be interesting. Alright. Eric Norn here actually would be the perfect one to sign with, too, because they're against orcs, elves. We want to be against the elves. Let's see. We want to be against the elves, definitely. Because the elves are really profitable to fight. And they weren't super heavily armored. But you also want to be fighting chaos is the thing. And the forces of it. You know what? We'll probably make some good money over here fighting against the Karlsteins. Let's see. Yeah, we'll head down here. We'll head down here, and now that we have cashed... Oh, well, these guys are making peace now, too. Perfect time to swap who we're with here. I'm just going to go ahead and get this. Definitely want the giving hands here. Just so we can quickly level up troops if we need to. Alright. Go ahead and go hunt a bit of Chaos Cultists here. But we definitely want to be constantly at war with Chaos or the Undead. And we haven't actually gone to fight the Undead yet, so I'm kind of tempted to make sure we are fighting them. I want to fight new enemies, you know. See new battlefields, take new skulls, the like. I would say skulls for the Golden Throne, but that's the wrong time period. But that's a bit further into the timeline, shall we say. Yeah, since this faction's making peace anyways, we're just about to get the final bit of pay here from our contract. That's fine. We're gonna be okay on money for a bit. So what we'll do... The Von Blastas will leave as mercenaries for that faction. Yes, for those who didn't see what our character's clan was, it is in fact the Von Blastas. As well, it's just kind of fitting. There's no lords here, and I just... Oh. This is going to be a double load screen. Alright. Oh, here. We're going to run an ad while we're loading in here. And loading out. And we'll be right back in a second. Oh. It'll be a 2-minute ad, so it shouldn't be too long for you guys. And it should cover just the full load screens here as we travel through. But yeah, I think we're definitely gonna need to be near the vampires because I want to fight the undead. We get more renown and prestige from them, which we're gonna need a lot of prestige. I want to get our army up to the elite status, and in the sense that like we have all the high tier troops, so that we are minimizing losses and we can take on higher numbers. Because once we get, like, with the dwarves, you noticed when we got to the higher tier troops and we actually kept them, we're able to take on like armies 2-3 times our size, even in some cases. And I always love that feeling. All right. Oh, there. That's why the noble literally left right as we got to the city. Okay, I wish I had noticed that. Oh, autosave. All right. Nope, not what I'm trying to do here. Man, the radius is massive on the towns. It does make. I did notice that like the town sizes are much larger than what's actually there.
Been a while.
All right, we'd like to, pledge ourselves to you guys for a little bit. And I want to conquer at least a few of the undead factions. Oh, holy cow. They are at war with the elves and the vampires here. But if we can wipe out like one or two of the empire, or not the empire, the undead factions, maybe one of the elves, could be nice. Could be what we're after. All right, so let's go get ready to start the defense. Okay, they made peace with the elves. That's fine.
You got a problem?
All right, we'll just send them here. Send them out so we start getting the money flowing. We need that sweet, sweet influence. I was gonna sneeze. Sorry. I knew it was coming. Jeez. I don't want to blow out anyone's eardrums when I sneeze there. That is... There's probably chaos there that's... Like, the banner's not rendering in, but I normally see that with chaos. Iron Company Guards. Okay. We're gonna hire them. We need to replace a few people anyways. I'm trying not to, mimic that. The sounds like that. Try not to jump scare anyone who's just listening here. With a sneeze. I doubt that would even get anyone, but still. Alright, we'll do that. Let's go ahead and get rid of... I actually kind of say we gotta get rid of some of the crossbowmen here. Alright. And there will be a great many explosions there, Hardy. There will indeed be a great many explosions. What better way to deal with undead than to blow them up? There's a birdstone nearby. I'm almost certain there's a herdstone nearby. That or there's a Ungor camp. Alright. Hack us if you dare. Oh, they've even enlisted the goblins in the area. How cute. Alright. Let's show them who's really, or, like, who should be afraid of whom here. I'm trying to think. I need to mess with the formation here and see if I can. If I can split the Grenadiers up into smaller batch formations so we could roll them in, like, when we need them and then pull them back so they save their ammo and don't friendly fire. Or so I could tell them to hold fire if need be. I need to check and see how we can set up formations here a little bit more. Because I've been kind of neglecting that, and I noticed that with the dwarves, it really would have helped them in certain scenarios. So let's see. Problem is, I don't know that there's really a way to do it here. As the Empire. Yeah, they don't count as that. What about... Yeah, they don't... Because they have both... It's a little harder to sort them. Just leave now. I'll have to try and figure that out. Maybe we'll just have to split up into two sets there either way. I completely gave up the ability to pick where we're fighting, realistically. Not like this is a bad spot. We're just gonna issue the march. Alright, men. You guys can be spread just a little bit more.
Move out.
There we go. A magic missile just flying off into the distance. Alright. Let's start firing here. And what we'll do is... let's have them move up somewhat. So they get a better angle here. As the lines meet, we'll do that. We'll go and order the slaughter of that Minotaur. Alright. Ow. Ooh, that hurt. That was a headshot. Oh. Oh. That's an issue I didn't know we had to worry about here. Well. Yeah, I'll just do this. Okay, so the water is deep enough in some spots. We actually really have to worry about that. Alright. Well, you know, we're just cycling people out here. Hopefully we didn't lose too many of our good troops there. I wasn't really paying attention to that. But we need to get some of them trained up here, so this works. And we'll heal up there. That's a pretty good axe. Some more borers. By the way, something I'd like to point out. I need to find a harness for it. We have our wizard on a wolf that wants to be a horse. Just for the added hilarity. I'll have to see if there's actual wolf armor. You know what am I doing? We're just gonna take it all anyways. There we go. Yeah, our wizard is riding around on a wolf that's wearing horse armor, and just calling it a day. It's probably in the orc settlement, actually thinking about it now. Alright. I have to say, it was nice having the cold weather while I was on the trip. But coming back here right as it's heating up, like, we had nice cool weather up until I got back from the trip, and then it's like, and here's the normal 80-degree weather for this time of year, finally starting up. With the, like, 80% humidity. Definitely a heck of a time to have to come back. Alright. Well, at the very least, we got some more medicine skill. Which... honestly, we aren't going to really use cavalry as much. Right now, at least. So we'll go with this. That way, at least, you know, when we're getting siege bombarded, we're not getting killed. Okay, we got no more points here. Yeah, we definitely want to get this. The swing speed penalty sounds like it could be nice if we use it on things like the Minotaurs there. As a way of, like, really making sure they're weakened. Before our troops engage them. We're gonna stop by here and get a few recruits. While we can, at least. Jack Longbowman. Those are new. Interesting. Tavern District. Okay, nice. Exactly what we wanted out of our recruits there. Because the artillery crew actually do have guns. And we're trying to primarily use, like, rifles and gunpowder weapons. Alright, an army is gathering near Dreknolf. Perfect. But it's interesting seeing that that new troop type with the deck jacks there as another like specialty troop type. Priestess of Shalia. Think. And a Dark Magister. Alright. Let us get ready to raid the undead. Seems like the von Karlsteins are forming an army. Ah. Let's head this way. Leave them to their fate. I saw that caravan. We definitely want to be hitting caravans here. So any of these that we can catch are perfect. Like this one right here. Hand over your goods. I want it all. And attack. Alright. We can finally get to the raiding. Because last time we got super rich from doing raids. On caravans. That was our main source of money on the dwarves. Because we were getting like 10k when we finally started to get the elves handing over their goods. And I'm wondering if we can get something similar here. If nothing else, we'll get good trade goods, which can also be very valuable. Because that was 10k in just the outright dinars we got from raiding them. Not even considering the trade goods. So I think if we're going to need to build up money quick for like cannons and that, this is going to be the way to go. I don't know why we're still getting settlement sound effects today. I guess we get the caravan right outside the settlement. At least in the game's opinion. Alright. We definitely need a shield wall here. Let's go and order them up here. And keep moving them up here. The handguns shall rain death upon the cavalry here. Alright. There we go. Go ahead and do that. Take them out. And let's have these guys engage them. Try and get the rest of the cavalry here. We do have the fire buff from our wizard right now, too. We can see that, so it does apply to our range. There we go. Ow. Go ahead and fire upon him there. Alright. Let's go to move up now. Alright. We're good and charge him here. There we go. Go ahead and blast the mirror. Alright. Well, I got hit with friendly fire. Ow. I got hit with one of my friendly grenadiers. Alright. Get even more handguns. Let's go to upgrade them. Upgrade these guys to Master Engineers. Death Jack Marksman. We do need some more melee units. We're running low on our melee troops here. We're going to upgrade those recruits to the frontliners, the state troopers there. That is a very nice plated shield. I know exactly who can use that. We'll do that. That gives them a very nice plated shield. I don't think we got the most dinars from that. Because we didn't get them surrendering. Because having them surrender completely gives the most money out of everything. It was, what, 80k, I believe, for the blunderbuss. Here, while we're loading in, I'm going to run an ad here real quick, and we'll be right back. Just so we don't have to do this later. It'll just be a 1-minute ad, so it'll be done by the time the load screen's done. Because I need to get a stretch as well for 1 second. Alright. Boom. And we're back. Ignore that. Wrong button. There we go. Ah. That was quite the fight the caravan gave us. Ooh. So let's go ahead. We're gonna back up here and get a few more recruits. Definitely shows where some of them are lacking. There we go. Alright. Go back to Drakenhof. We'll get a few more recruits here once again. And we'll get ready to defend it, because I have a feeling that army's about to be moving here. Ransom the prisoners there. We don't need caravan guards. Though they did seem strong. That's an orc settlement. We learned about a green-skinned shaman here. I'm surprised he's still allowed to be here. Alright, let's go ahead and hire them. Oh, it's loading them because it didn't load them the first time. I was wondering why it was bugging out there. There we go. It's starting to clear up. Yep. Yeah, there it is. Okay. We can actually get rid of a few of these guys here. Let's go ahead and promote him. That's nice. So we've got a functional army back, kind of. We definitely need to improve our melee troops. We focus so much on the range, I think they're in a good spot. We need to get that nice front line going so the ranged units can actually hold their own. Or, like, the melee can hold their own for long enough that the ranged units can, like, really give them hell. Alright, so we've got an army right here. Something I also have to take into consideration while we're over here is we need to pay attention and see. Okay, so it's up here. We need to be careful around these. There's probably one or two up here. But those are cursed lands. And if we pick a fight in those, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Alright.
Well, and who do we have here?
Actually, never mind. We weren't trying to talk with you. We were trying to join the army there. What's being raided? All the way over here. Okay. Oh, that... Multiple things happened there, that's why. Alright. That's the herdstones resetting. Let's go ahead. Let's do a bit of raiding. Why, hello, Boom. How are you doing today? On this hopefully fine day for you. Don't mind us, we're just pillaging the countryside of the undead here. Whatever countryside is left. Alright. And I need to make more coffee too, I think, soon here. Yep. Always need more coffee. Alright. I really do hope you guys are excited tomorrow for the 24-hour stream. I'll be trying to, like, do as much to get it set up beforehand with some extra goodies in that. If we don't do the random challenges, what I'll do is I'll probably look for and try and create a few extra redeems in that. Why, yes, indeed, Brian.
Take them, ToR!
And, is that really a surprise by now, Boom? I feel like you've known this for a while now. The wizard just riding up and fireballing everyone. And getting sniped right after. Makes sense. Alright. Put and fire away here. Alright, and time to get to the chopping here. There we go. Chop away. And there we are. Yes, the physics are working for the flail. Now I wonder how much that extends the range actually on the flail here. That was a nice quick raid of their countryside. Go ahead. Oh, and I've decided if we don't do anything special, tomorrow, by the way, what I'll be doing is we'll be doing another 24-hour stream soon because I actually will have another opportunity to do one here coming up. So, if we don't do some of the stuff we plan on doing this time, like we don't get the challenges working or anything like that, or like set up in time, we'll do that next time and we'll just let this be like the relaxed one as well. Go. Oh wait, just to mention it again, if anyone has any suggestions you got for like games you guys think would be a good thing to at least like try tomorrow, feel free to mention them. I've already got a few games, but more is always welcome, and if they don't happen tomorrow, we may do them instead in the next one. Alright. Oh, man. I'm seeing a surprising lack of undead for what we've been fighting so far. Again, we are raiding peasant villages. We're kind of avoiding the undead army here just while we build back up. At least like the major forces. Alright. They begrudgingly bring out a paltry amount of goods. I got more money from the actual fight with the peasants. Alright, we're burning it all to the ground. We burn it all to the ground there. Take more hostile actions. We'll keep forcing them to give us the goods. And we'll keep getting our cut to the spoils. After all, we gotta get the toll road started, like last time. Here we're just, rooting out the forces of chaos in these villages here. But then we start the road inspections. After all, we can't let any signs of chaos through to the Empire. I do need to get a warrior priest. I feel like a warrior priest would be a very good addition to our retinue. Because the warrior priest would give us further buffs. And we need a College of Beasts or College of Metal wizard. We've currently got a bright wizard. So, one who knows fireball and the like. But we definitely need a bit more as well. But it seems we actually took the village from them here.
Marching order!
Let's give the order here to move up. Actually, you know what? Hold on.
Marching order!
Let's get in the village here. We will take and hold the village.
Move out! Move out!
Alright. I guess there's not much of a village to hold, but still.
March! Move out!
Alright.
Move out!
Let's do this formation.
Marching order!
I'm just gonna fire that so I can reload it. We're gonna do that. And we're just gonna form a square formation here. Just to tighten up the range units. And we're gonna put them right here. We're gonna put them right there. That's gonna funnel them through this choke point. Could even put them up here, but
Die, you pig!
alright. There we go. We'll go ahead and fire into their backs here. Alright. There's a few more over here. We'll keep them occupied. Well. Hey there. So nice of you to turn and look at us as we blast you in the face. Go ahead and do that. There we go. Ow. Trying to level our roguery up a little bit more here. So we're just letting them plink away while we take shots. Alright. There we go. Plus, a few of our front line has pistols. Oh. There we go. Go ahead and order that. That gives us extra XP for doing so. And there we are. Nice. Probably lost a few extra from doing it like that, but that gets us more XP. Because we're trying to level up our gunpowder as much as possible here so we can get the piercing shots. Because as soon as we get that, that is where we're going to really get some insane, like, scaling going. I guess we can promote a few of these guys up to enhanced artillerymen. After all, I don't want to have to replace our artillerymen when we finally start doing it. We are getting warp dust from this, which is awesome. Not only is that used for certain enchantments, that's also just very expensive. And it's a trade good, so it keeps its value better when we travel. Alright. Oh, man. Sorry, just getting rid of some stiffness. I'm pretty sure I slept wrong earlier today, because the whole day I've just been feeling, like, super stiff. So, like, I just really need to stretch here and, try and get that feeling out. Basically, we gotta limber up before we start, chopping them all down here. Or I guess blasting them all down in this case. Then we do have our greatsword, which I do need to enchant. I need to look and see what enchantments I can do for it. If I can do any of them myself. That's another reason I'm wanting to fight the vampires here. They're a magical faction. They're probably actually going to have more interesting enchanted gear. Than normal. When we get, like, around 90k, I'm going to go back and we're going to either get a cannon or a blunderbuss. Okay, so we can have one artillery piece now. Good. I thought so. Alright. You know what? I just thought of something. Interesting. So we can't recruit them here. But we can do this. Give me your recruits. We'll just send the troops here. We're gonna force them to give us recruits. In this case. To replace our numbers here. Alright. Armed peasants. Nice. Real solid recruits there. Top of the line. You know, the best they could offer. I guess it's more the best that we didn't slaughter in that case. But still. The level up is nice. Why do I have a feeling we're near a cursed land with how many wounded we've got? Perfect. So for this one, we're gonna take Scarface here to try and get caravans to surrender more often. But we're trying to go for it because of how much the armor is civilian. This is actually gonna be really good. Smuggler connections will actually be very useful. Since we can't recruit bandits anyways, that will really boost our survivability. And then we can further benefit from, like, this for extra damage to civilian weapons. And then, where is it? We'll want dash and slash up here. Eventually. The extra speed bonus. And obviously over here, we will want, where is it? This one right here. For a chance to remove negative modifiers and for extra armor for our troops. I feel like that'll be pretty important. Because I noticed the Empire's troops don't have the best of armor. Okay, so we're almost there. Let me see. We probably need to get stewardship up here. But we also need medicine, so we get less casualties. I'm just trying to compare what would be better for us right now. Honestly, I imagine a lot of the troops that we're hiring are actually going to be mercenaries. Or at least count as them. I'm wondering if that would be the best option. We're not really suffering as much from money now. Let's do medicine. It'll make it to where we don't have to recruit as many people. Definitely take Fury View. We will also take Run and Gun for you. We will level up his athletics. We'll level up his athletics, because that'll give... Or that's something very important for companions. And it's got some pretty good perks for troops. Towards, like, the middle and end part. So that'll be nice. Honestly, the troop speed... I'm not gonna lie, the troop speed may be something I really want to consider. So we can position better with the range units. I have a feeling we are. Oh. Shaders are loading. There's probably a vampire count somewhere here that's running around in nice fancy armor that we haven't seen yet. This right here is Cursed Land. This is what I was mentioning we don't want to be fighting in. Because it prevents us from being able to recover. And the more time we spend, the more our troops get wounded through attrition. This is the part that's difficult about Undead Lands. I'm gonna see if... Yeah, we're gonna perform a ritual here. I know it's spooky here, Hardy. Alright, so that'll hold it off. So let's join up here. That'll hold off the curse here for a bit, so our troops can actually recover. Yeah, I know, the vampires are very spooky. Armies dispersed. Well, that was kind of a disappointment. Ooh. Oh, wrong one. See if we can get a lower price on that horse. 1,000 gold for a horse. Depending on the value of said horse could be good. Alright, our turnip is ordinary, so we won't do that. We'll wager on the horse race. See? Nice! We earned back our money. We will indulge in the feast. Okay. Quest entry. We're gonna wait here for a second. Let ourselves get recuperated here. And while we're doing that, let me go ahead and do a Tangia dungeon for you guys. Alright, everyone, type !join or selected from the panel if you would like to. Doing so allows you a chance for some basically like soundbite redeems, among other things, in the dungeon. Alright. We'll make sure... We've got to make sure to take out that... what's it called? The totem first next time. I didn't notice there was one right there. But that definitely hampered our army here as well from advancing. Oh. I have not fought vampires yet, so we're going to make a save first. We're going to make a save. You know what? There's a named von Karlstein up here. Please tell me the others aren't going to get involved. I have a feeling I'm not going to be so lucky with how close they are.
There, who are you? I would know whom I slay.
I see. Actually, I think it's you who ought to surrender here. We fight the hordes of chaos here now. But first, let us do this so we use holy damage against them. They will face the wrath of Sigmar. And let me also do one extra thing. And that's equip more bullets, because I have a feeling we're going to need them. We're going to be firing like crazy here. none of that can go on there. Just go ahead and get our stealth loadout set up here with what we can. All right. I think we shall be good. It says the numbers are relatively even. We actually get a penalty from, what's it called? Oh, we're not getting a penalty here, because it's a plains battle. They're getting a bonus for their cavalry, though. And they have next to no range. Okay. This is a infantry versus ranged fight. Ranged and infantry and cavalry. While we're loading up here, we'll do just a 30-second ad. Just so, if this is a longer battle, no one gets pre-rolls if they have to reload it. So no one misses anything. And we'll be right back. Alright. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It is time for us to slay the undead forces. Everett actually wants to load up here. Any day now. Yeah. We should actually be in a good scenario here, though, because they're getting a bonus from the cavalry, but as long as we get good positioning... Yep, there it is. It's good now. As long as we get good positioning... Oh, that's why it was loading a lot more than it said. Well... If you're meaning compared to normal warband, pretty good. Low-key. Well, low-key G. I'm enjoying it a lot. I liked OG Mount and Blade already a lot. And this really is, like, a good way to mix it up, I feel like. I already love the Warhammer universe, so it's like... It's a lot of fun being able to actually get in there and command everything. And outside of, like, obviously the load times from shaders... Of course, I've had to redo the shaders a couple times now. That's why it's always... It's seeming like it's long load times, but, between that and just only, like, one or two bugs, it's also been relatively, like, stable for a total conversion, at least. We did a dwarf faction first, which is pretty fun. Honestly, the dwarves, we were able to just form a wall of metal to march on, and now we're doing a witch hunter playthrough. Or, like, campaign here. Which is very interesting as well. I think next we're gonna have to do, like, something like a necromancer. Or, maybe even an actual vampire run, we'll see. Overall, it's been a lot of fun. I definitely like how each of the factions clearly has a very well-defined playstyle. Like,
for the dwarves, you were literally forming a wall that marches. In many ways. Which at least that was on Ironbreaker. I imagine Slayer is very different. Slayer, I imagine, is just the blitz forward, chopping through everything. Going off what their passive does. Alright. I'm on here. It's just taking a second to load the shaders here. But yeah, other than having what seems like a shader corruption issue happen, to where I've had to like every couple times we've loaded this up afterwards, I'll have to like delete the shaders and redo them. Which is why I'm just trying to see if it fixes What do you mean by the original, by the way? Are you meaning the... I know there was one on Warband as well. That was Warhammer. I know there was also one for Warband. That was really good as well, which I haven't tried yet. Oh, just... Okay. I've played a lot of just the base game. It's a lot, like, I love how they're actually like, War Sales was an okay launch, but I like they've added a lot of features, recently. With, I want to say, didn't they just add coastal raiding for one? Which, I haven't tried the new stuff yet for War Sales, but it looks really interesting. And it looks like they've done a lot to, like, improve it further, because, honestly, I already enjoyed War Sales, like, even on its release. So any extra improvements is just, like, icing on the cake there. Yeah, give it a... It should load up here in a second. This is a lot longer than I thought it would take, though, to be fair. To be fair, it's going through 3,000 shaders. But still. What's your favorite faction, low-key? Out of the base game factions, at least. I know for me, personally, it's got to be between the Aserai and the Nords now that we have the Nords. Ah, okay. Well, it should be a lot of fun then. For you. It's one of those games where, like, when it clicks, it really feels good. And I remember the first time I played it, like, just wandering around as a random mercenary for quite some time, and then, like, the large-scale combat finally clicked and everything, and it was just like, yeah, I love this game. To be fair, I had already played, Warband beforehand, so I already kind of knew what I was getting into, but it's still, like, it's an amazing experience first time. I remember I got one of my buddies into, Bannerlord a little bit after the console launch. And if I remember from what he mentioned, he went around, like, winning all the tournaments and everything. And doing, like, the tournament battles and that, which... It's cool there's so many ways to play the game. technically. Like, they all kind of converge a little bit, but there's so many different ways you can approach the game. Jeez. Alright. Real quick, while this is finishing loading up, we're gonna take one more break here, I think. By the way. Just, you know, while this is finishing up, it's probably gonna take a second still. I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee real quick. So we'll be right back here. Of course, now that I'm stepping away, it's probably gonna immediately load. By the way, for those wondering why it's taking so long to load up, this is because this is the first time we're fighting the vampire faction. By the way, Loki, if you're still there, don't think this is normal for like the base Bannerlord. These load times are only something you get with mods. The base game actually loads really quick, but because of how the game handles mods, it has to build a custom shader cache for them normally. So it's not quite the same experience like when it comes to that. The game actually runs really well normally. No kidding, Hardy. No kidding. Oof. I thought it'd be done by now, I'm not gonna lie. Oh. It's starting to clear up. I think it's finally getting there. Alright. You know, fine, since I'm crit failing on the load times here you go, Hardy. And anyone else who wants to join in. Go ahead and do this. Hopefully this, like, any fights with the vampires after this as well should be much quicker loads. Because this is just getting the initial shader cache loaded up. So after this, it should in general have, like, a pretty quick load time. In comparison. The first load against the faction's always the worst. And I would preemptively like do the shader cache building, but I am pretty sure the past couple times it's caused or it'll have a improper build happen where it will corrupt it. So I'm just trying to do this normally here at this point to see if it works any better. All right. Let's see. We'll run a few Tangia dungeons here. And you know what? We'll do this to mute the game so we're not getting the static here the whole time. We'll do that just to make sure. I see one thing I'm gonna also do. So I can kind of check it here. Let's see. You know, it's funny seeing this. I'm looking at the PC performance right now. It's weird looking at the performance and seeing the GPU actually cooling down as we play. Like, and as it's loading stuff, it's sitting at a nice, relatively cool 46 degrees Celsius, which is not normal when running a game, at least for mine. It's so funny seeing that. Let's see. I'm just trying to make sure nothing's like bottlenecking too heavily. And trying to give it some extra time to load here. You know, I'll do one more dungeon. I need to find. You just reminded me, Hardy. I need to look and see. I need a few of those, like SpongeBob ones. I am gonna look in Tangier real quick here. Which, by the way, that's one of the categories you can get interactions for. But I really do feel like I need a few of them. Ooh, there's a good one. Let's see. Enable that one. Look through a few of them. I do. I may actually go ahead and make some title card, like for those who know it, like the SpongeBob title cards. For like 2 hours later. I might have to try and like compile a video together as like a be right back screen thinking about it. As an alternate one. For if like we're gone for too long or something like that. I feel like that would be a funny one to do. Alright. And That is... Okay, I definitely need to, like, go through and, like, get the... or compile the shaders on my own time as well for the vampires, just in case. Afterward, to make sure I go through and fight every faction again, because this is... Oh. Let's see. Add a few more of these. So not like this, or this, or this, or this. You know, just on. Actually, I wonder. Hold on. Let me see something here. I have a feeling there might be one here. Wait. You're telling... Okay. That might be a custom one I have to do. Somehow, out of all of the SpongeBob memes that are on Tangia, the technique is not in there. What is this? And we will definitely have the technique here in a moment. For actually winning this fight, hopefully. You know, the Von Karlsteins are really just trying to see how long we can hold out before we stomp through them. We'll just keep doing dungeons here while we're, waiting. Okay, I'm really feeling like this is a 2 hours later situation. This is literally the perfect time for that soundbite. Oh. That skeleton's just staring into our souls here. Also, it's kind of fitting we're in the middle of nowhere right now in the dungeon. It's kind of fitting. Oh, Kiki's in the tunnel. I was looking where Kiki was. We'll do another dungeon here for you guys. While I am also gonna look at something here. While we're waiting for this to load up, I may as well start reading through the Old Realms manual here a little bit. All right. Huh. Let's see. Oh. Um. You know, I would not. That's a game I would not mind returning to. I like how the audio is even cut out for me here, which means either it just finished loading or it's going through a new cycle. All right. Yep, there we go. All right. Now that it's not doing the audio cuts and everything for you guys, let's do this. Here we are, finally, finally. All it took was me opening up the manual for the game, being like, oh, I'll just learn a little bit. And the game's like, oh, crap, he's actually learning here. All right. We finally loaded in. They're probably gonna go from or come from over here. So the best spot for us is gonna be back up here. Back towards this. Alright. There we go. Oh, they are much closer than I thought. Oh, crap. But we may start a Metal Gear Solid. I've actually been kind of wanting to play the Metal Gear Solid, like some of the Metal Gear Solids again. Man, I never did play Metal Gear Solid 3. I may actually get the remaster at some point, and we'll play that. Possibly. Because that one looked really good from what I had seen. Like, for the... Not just as a remaster, but just as a whole. Alright. See if we can make it back to that structure there. A nice open ground will be perfect for hand cannons here. And this is a pretty good firing line, and we can put our soldiers right here to kind of collect them. Alright.
Move out.
Let's do that. Shield wall formation. Let's move over here. Ah, they're using Winds of Magic. I think. We just saw some projectiles or like a wind blow through there.
Move out.
Alright. Go ahead and start firing here. They've got some armed peasants among them. Oh, crap. Holy crap. I think we just got hit with a lightning strike. Alright. Ah, I see. Nope. Ooh. Okay. What the heck? Holy crap. We just had... How many Fernal skins did I buy for MGS5? None. Okay, vampires are scary. They do in fact summon. And they literally just rode into the backline and summoned on the ranged units. That is... Okay, then. It's kind of scary. That's the problem. They just did a drive-by, Hardy, of summoning. They literally ran up to my back line with shield up and just summoned right as soon as they got close enough. This won't be as long of a load screen here. It's just gotta actually get... the game's gotta remember what the world map looks like here. That is insane how devastating that was, because that was like an almost instant slaughter of all the range units at once. We are gonna reload there, by the way, because that was, you know, me wanting to test that against them, but clearly that ain't gonna work. Surely I'm gonna need a lot more again. Like, I guess I should go ahead and start upgrading the handgunners to the marksmen to try and get the better ones there. Damn, did that hurt. Well, it shows just how devastating the actual magic is when used against you, too. So, we're definitely... If I can get any ward save, that's gonna be important. I'm just looking through and some of the spells here to try and see what we'd need to grab. Let's see. Burning Head, I feel like would get our people killed. I'm looking at what we could give our Bright Wizard by chance. Yeah, we definitely want Cascading Fire Cloak, just because that's going to give him, like, some extra survivability, but what else could we give him? There we go. This should finish in just a second here. Alright. Yeah, the vampires are scary. Okay. So they're an auto-resolve faction until I can get a large enough army, I feel like. Or the right stuff to fight them. Because honestly, that... I don't think that's gonna work out well otherwise. There we are. Witch Hunter. Let me see real quick. What's our tier 4 stuff? Yeah, okay, there we go. We do need tier 4 then. That would help a lot. Oh. Interesting. Okay, that explains some stuff. Apparently the basic what's it called? Accusation only applies to us. We do in fact have to get an extra ability to fully make use of it. All right. We're gonna send it after that caravan there. I guess we should do the warband here. We'll capture the warband. Alright. I just cannot believe how devastating that was to... Like, I now know what I'm gonna do as a necromancer, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna get on a wolf or something fast right in behind the enemy. And we're gonna make them really feel it. Oh. I think I know what that was, actually, thinking about it. That vampire, that wasn't a normal weapon he was using. Remember how I was mentioning enchanted gear? One of the enchantments I remember seeing when I was doing the test save as a necromancer, was... There's an enchantment on melee kill. Your weapon will spawn skeletons. This can be grave guards for one. I want to say spirits for another, and then skeletons as another one. I think that noble... That wasn't a summon. What happened was he did a cavalry charge into the backline with an enchanted weapon. And basically, just instantly spawned them there. That's what probably happened. Because while the vampires do have necromancy, that would line up with who reached the backline first and everything. And it's good to know my accusation. I really have to be careful with it now. Looking at the fact that the whole formation here does not benefit from it normally. It is solely you. I'm just advancing here to start a firing line here. Early. Alright. We've annoyed the Minotaur. There we go. Alright. few more shots here. All right. And start unloading here. All right. Hopefully also not hitting our own people. Because we are shooting in, like, towards our line there. Definitely getting a proper, buffing wizard as well would be really good for fighting the vampires. Thinking about it. Because getting someone who can, like, give damage reduction, even temporarily, to a lot of our troops would probably be really good. Chop, chop. Alright. That is a lot of renown. I feel like that ability is doing a lot more for us. But, like the one that is enhancing how much we get, I feel like it's doing a lot more than just 50%. New Free Company Bowman. We'll upgrade some of these guys here. There we go. And I think it's about time we start doing that. We use all our prestige there to start upgrading our handgunners finally. Since we have access to the stuff I was wanting anyways. Just gotta get the money now. Ooh. But, like, that, honestly, that was kind of crazy for what the Undead were able to do there. I know they probably falter thinking about it. You can probably get them to falter from kind of being less grouped up. I think I need to hire a witch hunter, and we need to split up the formations. Honestly. Because that will prevent moments like that where they can just go after the back line in one position. The problem is I just need someone to actually, what's it called? I need someone who can actually command them and give them the proper buffs for, gunpowder. Because I can't split the gunpowder from the non-gunpowder troops. Like, manually, at least. Alright, we're gonna go for this one. Alright. That's not part of our faction, right? Currently. do is this. We're gonna back up. We're gonna go in here, we're gonna get some troops to train up. We're gonna see if they leave. Is not seeming like it. They know better. Alright. Ransom those guys off. Who's in the tavernier? Another bright wizard. We don't need a bright wizard right now. That's a classic game. Matthew, those games are awesome just for the sheer amount of destruction that can go on. Those games, the original Crackdown games, were always a good time. I'm trying to think of any of the other ones from back in the day like that. It's always nice when they, like, the cheats are just built into the game in case you do want to mess with stuff. I do kind of miss that from some games. Because some of the cheats are just there for, like, a lot of fun. Alright, we got our mercenary band right here. Oh, it's orcs. Hand over the goods. Me all your wares. All these horses and fish and wool. And all that sweet, sweet money. Yeah. That's a pretty good reason, because some of those games it takes a while. For some of the, like, crazy items they sometimes include. Alright, we got war bosses here. I know we won't be able to hold up in melee. But I'm a little curious. I'm a little curious how we hold up in... Oh, that's not even favoring us. Minor bonus while defending. Yeah, that's not gonna go well. That ain't gonna go well. If we try that. I have a feeling that's all, like, the highest of tier orcs. They just saw a free meal walk up to them. Look them over and go, oh crap. I mean, we could maybe do that with the right tactics, but I really want a little bit of extra insurance that we're not going to just get completely screwed over. Have you played any of the mercenary games before, by the way, Matthew? I know, there's only 2 of them. Or any of the Crackdown games? Oh. You know? Alright, just checking something. I'm wondering if we should try and see if we can get prepared for a Chaos Gate. we know the Forces of Chaos, so one of the benefits is they don't have rain. So I'm just trying to think, if we, like, how that would go fighting them here. Alright. We know there's part of the Chaos faction near us. I want to say it's over in this field, actually. There's a chance for one to be there. We'll go pray at this Shrine of Sigmar. I need to keep the blessings up, actually. Thinking about it here. These also do make quite a difference, honestly. Because that's more prestige. That helps us with getting better recruits. Yeah, I'll head back down here for a second. That helps us with getting, like, much better recruits. Upgraded. Oh, well, yeah, we'll take you guys prisoner. I mean, I'll take a free, like, round of money. Oh. So this is being held. Are we at war with any factions down here? Cragmere. Fighting orcs could be fun. The light wizard. I don't think the light or a light wizard is something we need. Very dangerous. Oh, I know who that. Yeah, no. We're gonna go for a couple more Ungor bands to kind of get trained up here. And then I think we're gonna pick fights with orcs. They like fights anyways. I would send the troops here, but that probably would not end well. How close are we? Only a little bit more, okay. We definitely want this. We're gonna, as soon as we get to the capstone here, we're gonna swap to this. I'm just trying to look and see what else we've got here. Yeah, we want the shotgun and we want this together. We combine those two and we should have a good answer to shield formations. Which will actually allow... I think once we're able to pierce shields, chaos will not be such a big problem. Because one of the things that's making me, like, kind of hesitant to engage them is they have high armor plus shields. So they're able to mitigate most of the damage, and when they finally start attacking, they're full health. Still. So if we're able to take out the armor, or like the shield side to where it's just the armor is the issue, that's more manageable. And I wonder if that would actually also work for the undead over there as well. Because the thing with them is he was just holding up his shield riding in before he did that. That summoning. That might be enough. We'll actually advance upon the Beastmen. We're just going to put them over there, though. Because that's just better formation. Or, like, a better position to start from. Also, I think the Ungor count as a part of Chaos. So it's also nice that we're fighting them because we get bonus prestige from them.
Move out. Raise your shields.
All right.
Move out.
Go ahead and do this. Get a few shots in here. I think that got on the Minotaur. Yes, it did. That's awesome. All right. There we go. All right. Just get a few more shots in here. Try and get as much gunpowder experience as we can. All right. Just blast him for him. Someone took that kill from me. We probably could do a herdstone at this point, actually. We probably could do one. Just double barrel him there. That's the reason I like having the double barrel. Alright, he just knocked him out anyways. Reload. There we go. We're almost at the shield piercing there. We suffered barely any losses, and this will be a lot of money from them. We can go ahead and upgrade some of our apprentices here. And we'll upgrade the last of the Empire handgunners there. And we'll start doing the known troops here. Oh, holy crap. Dude, holy crap, look at that rifle. Okay. What do the known Ironsiders have? Okay, these guys are definitely who we need to get. So we're looking for... What was that troop type? Where are they? They're upgraded from... I know I can look at them here. Iron Company troops. Because that's heavy armor. A gun with a nice one-handed. And they have 2 sacks of ammunition. They have plenty of ammunition there. It's really nice. Oh, that's really nice. In fact, they're in heavy plate armor too. I mean, I say heavy. Their helmet's not the heaviest, but that's honestly whatever at this point. The fact they have decent torso and arm armor is awesome. On top of, I'm assuming that rifle is the, what's it called? The, that almost 200 damage rifle that we saw. So there are, like, just, it's a guaranteed one-shot, basically. We'll do just a 30-second ad here before the load screen's finished. And we'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my coffee at the same time. Oh, I was gonna go get my coffee, but we're already done. I'll get it at the end of the next battle, if anything. I really want to get to the point where I can do these, because these are a good source of enchanted gear. Like them and the herdstones. I know where some herdstones are. It's just the, what's it called? Oh, purse? Ooh. Okay, yeah, we definitely want that for him. Making his spells cheaper is awesome. I kind of would like to get some spellcraft if I can somehow get it to the storyteller there. Because that 1,000 experience in a skill per day, that's an amazing bonus. To be fair, we could actually put him as a party leader and still do that later on. Alright, we are capped on endurance. I'll say ignore pain's probably what we're gonna go with here. When we can get the endurance. I wish we didn't have to put so much to get to this skill, but this will be worth it. Let's catch up here. We attack. Because I need as much experience in guns as I can get. I wonder if we have any actual, just normal hand grenades, by the way. That we can get from the... Like, not the launchers, but just the normal grenades. Almost like the dwarves have. Actually, thinking about it, we should go fight some dwarves. Get some of their good stuff after this. So we'll have the shot piercing effect. The iron breakers will actually be a pretty good target for us. Ironically enough, the iron breakers will break to very high speed iron. Let's go ahead and set these guys up right there. I know they're facing the wrong way,
Face the
so
enemy!
we'll do that.
Listen, raise your shields!
Because they're going to charge us anyways. Wait, actually, holy crap, that took a sec. That took a solid second there to actually reach them. I thought I missed. No, that was it. I was right on point with where I needed to shoot. Oh. Just send those in. Alright. Nice, we got the shot on the Minotaur. Oh, one low shot and one high shot there. Alright. There we go. Let's go ahead and start hitting that Minotaur. If we can. Alright. There we go. Go ahead and deliver more of Sigmar's judgment here. There we go. Alright, we'll start dealing with these guys now. Since they don't have shield. Alright. There we go. And last one. Nope, never mind. There's more. Was that the last one? No. Go ahead and mark him. Ow. Last 2 bullets. It's kind of funny how I'm just like marching out against them at the very end. Kind of like doing that actually, but yeah, these guys, we definitely want more of them because they'll survive more. And they'll hit hard as crap compared to most of these other ones. See what the Deathjack Marksman has. Because if the Deathjack Marksman is also good, it's a longbow, but that looks like a normal longbow. It's a long falchion, though. Holy crap. Okay. They've at least got, like, a decent sword for melee. But that might also not be their final tier, too. Which, if that's not the final tier, that's also really good. Or at least it will be. We're gonna just take all the supplies here and trade goods. We're gonna leave the rest just so we can start leveling up our troops a lot quicker. We'll just take the valuable stuff. Everything else goes to the troops. Alright. Oh. We'll do a 1-minute ad here while we're loading up. I'm gonna go get my coffee and we'll be right back. Have this coffee black. All right. So we want to start moving back to Nolan for a moment. We want to move back to Nolan and see what it costs to get a cannon. I know we probably don't have enough for any major upgrades. We're kind of on the expensive side here currently, and wool's a good for. We're gonna use something I learned from the dwarves. We're gonna go here, and we're gonna cash in. We're gonna cash in here. I'm considering getting that 4-shot pistol. Alright, I'd like to buy some of your finest guns. Take these sheep in return. Take the sheep, take the wool, take the hardwood, take the flax, that salt, the hides. If we trade to the engineers like this, they don't lower their prices as we trade the goods, so we can offload everything. Which would just help us get there that little bit faster. Mainly for the warp powder, the oil, and the crystals here, but also for the food. We don't need that much food, and that's a good amount of money for it. So the scrolls. We'll keep the blessed water. That stuff seems like it's kind of on the rare side for us. Sell the cheese. Sell the rusty bullets. We'll offload these arrows. We'll just give the bows to the troops. Alright, minus 60k. Alrighty here. Let us see. So these long rifles are, I'm pretty sure what they've got. Also that missile speed, 250. I'm sorry, what? That's some insane missile speed. Alright, we'll get 3 things of buckshot here. We need to sell a lot more, but that's fine. We've got plenty to offload here. This is what I've been saving up for, after all. sell all that. Alright. Offload the fish even. More of the grain. We don't need that much grain. Offload some of the meat. We'll get plenty of meat. Get rid of some of this here. I was just looking at this. That's not very worth it. We lose too much body armor if we do that. Alright. Party. I know we're about to be swinging some, rusty pipes here. Around like they're nothing. And we're absolutely breaking their bank here. With, all the random bullcrap we've, like, just stored up. Over the, like, the raiding and such. Oh. This is also true. This is also very true. One wrong step and, all of a sudden you just hear a loud crash. I get it. I'm actually very tempted to try and grab one of these, but I need to save up my money for more, wizards. I'm just trying to look and see what these are valued at. Okay, we're probably good here. And careful, well, maybe wearing this tin can here. We wear it proud, like we wear it well. We wear it proud here. And well, that's what lets me approach you a little bit more, so I can fire the shotgun. All right. How can I buy more cannons? Every 50 levels of engineering, okay. I guess we can't buy cannons yet till we get the final tier. But we got our shotgun here, which will help us with the leveling. That'll help us a lot with leveling up our gunpowder. And finally, we can approach him and yell, "Get off our lawn!" when in a siege. Actually, I just thought of something with the piercing shot. When the enemy gathers right at the bottom of a siege ladder? How devastating is that piercing shot going to be firing down on them? Especially if we command all the ranged troops to where they also get the armor piercing. It's just gonna be going, oh look, here's your, rather than molten lead, we're just spraying solid lead down. Actually, if our,
Nice.
yeah, it will be very nice. I just saw something, actually. It will be molten lead because we have a bright wizard, oh, I'll join in for that. We have a bright wizard who is, constantly buffing us up. Actually, wait, I just saw something. Bright wizard plus shotgun equals medieval dragon's breath. I should say with blunderbuss here in this case, but still. What? I trust them. We didn't hire like one called Sienna, alright? We didn't hire one named Sienna. You know, that's also fair. You know, that's something funny about Vermintide. You, like, there are moments where, like, you really have to question, how do people cause themselves to explode? Because, like, I can see on Unchained where you're not paying attention. You take a big hit while you're casting or something. How does your average Sienna end up blowing themselves up? Because it's pretty apparent when you get close to, like, that threshold. Is it slows down as you reach that kill threshold. Sometimes it's actually beneficial to, you know, turn yourself into a discount grenade. Like if there's a monstrosity bearing down on you, it may actually be beneficial. But so many times where I'll see like a Sienna who's not unchained just explode from random rats. I'm guessing like they cast right as they get hit or something, and it makes them double cast, would be my guess. Alright. The Beastmen are the perfect test for our shotgun here. We're just gonna do this line right here. Alright. It's not the best, but that's not horrible.
Move out!
We're gonna move them there. Alright, we have the extra projectiles passive. Right? How many projectiles are gonna come out of this thing? Enough to actually cause a slight lag spike. That just used 2 shots. On. No, okay. Oh yeah, because we had to load one already. Right. Okay, we got some hits there. Let's get close to our Bright Wizard here. Let's loose... Nope, not shield wall. I wanted you guys to loosen up. Loosen up the formation a little bit. And face the enemy. There we go. Alright. Go ahead and fire away here now. There we go. That's what we like to see. Alright. Just blast the Minotaur. And blast the remaining Ungor. Alright. And time to march forth. Oh. So much for my accusation there. Hey there. There we go. Get him nice and lined up here. And there we go. Okay. I'd say it works pretty good. It almost reminds me of old shenanigans from Vermintide, actually, of Blunderbuss plus Potion of Strength in the first game. For those who don't know, that was the recipe to one-shot things as one of your options. So the Blunderbuss in the first game was very good. To be fair, it's actually very good even in Vermintide 2. But it just had that extra oomph. Alright. I definitely, say that impressed. And I wasn't paying attention. We might have actually gotten the shield piercing here. If we did, that's perfect. I can go respec. We'll optimize our skill tree for the shotgun. Hey, Jack. Look who showed up. The little buddy himself. Hey, buddy. Yes. Uh-huh. Yes, little buddy. Yeah. Oh. You're just loving the attention, aren't you? Mm-hmm. He's enjoying his spot here. Mm-hmm. Oh. Alright, so the only one who hasn't been seen yet is Amelia. Everyone else has been shown off. Yes, buddy. Oh. You're such a goober, Jack. You're such a goober. Alright. We march for Strician. And then to Everheim. And we did not get the gunpowder skill just yet. We're just barely missing it, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so the only ones who really got lost there were melee troops, I'm pretty sure, so we're just gonna mainly hire them. I guess we actually have a lot of troops missing. Oh yeah, because that first slaughter from the other Ungor fight. We'll get more trained artillery crewmen then. Let's go ahead and get our recruits. We actually, I think, just hit a renown tier. Because we got a lot of bonus party size there. Which is gonna help us compete. That's gonna help a lot, actually. There we go. It won't help us compete against Chaos just yet, but everyone else it might help with. Let's go see who's doing the raiding over here. Chaos. Yeah, we're literally 2 points off. We did get this, though. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab this for the holy damage. We've got a lot of recruits, so we'll leave that for a second. Let's go assist. That's too far over. We'll go back down here. We'll get one more fight. We'll do a respec. Actually, wait, hold on. Right here. I see that noble chasing him. Seems like the perfect time to be an opportunist. Because this gives us some meat shields that I don't have to train up. Alright, we're gonna do just a 30-second ad here while it's loading, because we're about to get free rolls. And we will be good. Let's see. All right. We get to test the blunderbuss on Chaos here. Also, this should get us a lot of prestige. I need to go pray again to Sigmar. For the buff there. To further our renown gain. Alright. We definitely want our troops to cover up here. But we definitely need to do that. That way we get the... like, just the extra bonuses and everything. For renown gain. We get 300% from fighting Chaos. So this is... really good. For prestige gain.
Move out! Listen up! Marching order!
Let's keep it moving here.
Move out! Listen, move out! Company! Marching order!
They are actually pulling back, so we definitely want to keep moving up.
Move out!
We want to basically advance on them to where we're not having to worry about them.
Marching order! Marching order!
Alright.
Marching order!
Just see the bright blue orb of death there. Go ahead and blast him.
Move out!
Let's keep moving up here.
Move out! Listen!
We're going to advance enough that we can fire on them without them being so close that we have to worry.
Move out!
So we're wanting to stay behind their front line. But, close enough that our guys can fire just fine. But he just got clotheslined by a bullet.
Move out!
Alright.
Move out!
And that should be close enough.
Move out!
There we go. They're getting their cavalry's getting absolutely slaughtered right there.
Marching order!
Alright.
Move out!
There we go. And they're not marching at us, they're marching at our allies here. Which is perfect. Oh, wait. We've got a few stragglers here. Chaos Warrior Zeech gets blasted. Alright. Let's do this. There we go. Alright. There we are. 301, perfect. Alright. Let's get the last couple of them. Alright. Blast him off his horse. I should say blast his horse out from under him. Alright. No, it's fine. Out of my way. Let's just get that last shot off. There we go. Alright. Plus prestige, probably because we're with an allied retinue there. Let's definitely keep upgrading our melee troops here. Keep doing that. Let's get a few veterans in the crew here. And we'll do the handgunner. We'll upgrade them. And we'll get a master engineer. My gut got blasted up by someone there. Whether it was us or someone else, I don't know. Either or is a possibility. Ooh. Well, wait, you saying that's not a good color combination, Tickles? We don't like our black and yellow here? By the way, welcome on in, Tickles. That is honestly some insane gear. Holy crap. Don't mind Hardy there. That's just his greeting towards you. That's his preferred way of greeting people now. I like that, actually. That looks pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie. And that's some insane armor, too. Like, that's making this banded leather here kind of insane. How you doing, by the way, Tickles? How have you been? Alright. The true power of the shot. Oh, holy crap. I hope you're feeling better. Food poisoning is no joke. I can definitely say I've been on the wrong end of it, and well, let's just say there's a reason I've now sworn off of any frozen shrimp. Yeah, I've been there. It's never a fun time. Yeah, by the way, for those wondering, what I mean by that, let's just say never eat frozen shrimp, or never trust it. The worst case of food poisoning I've ever had has been from, like, some frozen shrimp in a pre-made meal. What did you end up eating that gave you the food poisoning there, Tickles? Was it just like a eating out somewhere and they just served you like bad food, or? And I hope the most that came of it was just having to hug the toilet there. Yeah, there we go. Gunpowder troops in your party pierce shields. That's what we like to see. Ah. You know what? It's the pasta. It was most likely the pasta. Pasta you actually have to be very careful with. If it's too old. Because, it actually gets a lot worse than most other things to have. Part of the reason is, both pasta and rice are actually more likely to develop, botulism. Or like the botulism, bacteria. So you have to really be careful with old pasta, and rice. So, you know, it's very possibly like the steak or chicken, depending on like how long ago it was made. That sucks, though. I always hate, like, when if something went bad and it was something I really enjoyed having. Like, I've done that actually with a pot roast I've made. Where I make the pot roast, I have half of it, and I just forget there's a container of it in the fridge. Because it's always like, would have eaten that? I would have loved that. No, or remember that was in there. I do hope you get to feeling better soon, Tickles. It's never fun with food poisoning. And hopefully the worst that you get out of it is just having to sit over a toilet, rather than some of the alternatives. Let's go with Roguery. We'll get Roguery leveled up pretty quick here now. Oh, I need Stewardship leveled up. We need Stewardship here. As you know, probably for the best. Probably a good call there. Celestial Wizard. It's trying to load that wizard here, I'm pretty sure. What is this? We're gonna cash in our prisoners here. I actually need to go to the arena to respec now that we've hit our maximum here. So, any plans for other than just the recovery there, Tickles, for the weekend? Oh. Oh, man. Yep, that would do it. I'm pretty sure Jack just smudged my glasses because I was like starting to get one of the. I don't know if any of you guys wear glasses, you guys may know what I'm talking about. But like when your glasses are smudged, you can't necessarily see it because your eyes adjust, but it starts to give you a headache. If you look through them for too long. I know that I get those at least. There we go. That's better. Alright. What did he mean by Calradia there? Alright, this is for me. I was thinking of a different attribute. Discipline. Gunpowder. That's expensive, but we can do it. It's kind of cool with the custom arenas here. As they're getting cut down in there. Alright. While we're loading up, I'm going to do one more ad. This will probably be the last one for the stream. So we'll do a 2-minute ad here. We'll be right back. Oh. That'll be the final one for the stream. Because I shouldn't go any longer than that, really, since we get the 24-hour stream tomorrow. It would not be good. Just checking something here while we're doing this. Alright. Let's see. Celestial. Yeah, no, we need to get the final clan tier, by the way. For the abilities. I know it's loaded. I'm just looking real quick. I'm guessing Celestial. Oh, Heavens. Okay. So that's Lore of Heavens. That would be Lightning. And that is... Some pretty strong ones in there. But that's more of an offensive tree. As definitely like heavy offense there. Rather than being like what we're looking for, which is more buff based skills. Alright. We definitely want the people on the ground. See, this is the main one we wanted to respec, actually. Ammunition wagons. The extra starting ammunition will be great. And that'll make more of a difference now that we're not leveling up. Probably stick to long rifles here. So I imagine the blunderbuss counts as a long rifle. Also, it increases the accuracy of everyone in the formation, which is nice. We'll do pack it in here. And we'll do the piercing shot. That way, we have a lot more resistances. Or like, not resistances, but ammo. That should actually put us up to 30 shots with our blunderbuss, for instance. Alright. Now we got piercing shots for everyone in the party. I like how that's a party skill, by the way. So, that's just a, oh look, everyone gets this. So, you don't have to worry about being the formation leader for that. That's nice. Because we're going to definitely want to split up our troops. Let's see. I was wanting to test specifically against Chaos. So let's see how much of a difference that makes just for the troops in our formation. Because we now have shield piercing on everyone. If this affects the cavalry specifically, like, really well, that's perfect. Because my main concern was, like, trying to get rid of cavalry before they can get close. Oh. That's why. Alright. Sorry. Just looking at phone. Oh. If this allows us to actually, like, kind of punch right through Chaos Cavalry, that's a good sign. Because Chaos has the much more dangerous melee troops than, I think, even the Vampires, like, faction, honestly. Alright. Get them up there. Nope. Do loose formation. Shield formation. Alright.
Marching order!
Okay, so the main formation of Chaos is over here.
Marching order!
And we want to do this.
Marching order!
Okay. Let's see how this does. Our bows obviously won't be getting any bonuses. But they're kind of mopping it up already here. Which is nice. Alright. Must hit the shield without actually getting the body shot there. Ow. Come on, let me use my career skill here. Alright. Now the guns are singing here. Alright. Go ahead and do that. It's definitely letting us rip through them very quickly. Alright, 14 shots left. Alright. Let's keep it up here. So it's not quite enough on its own, but the amount of difference that made is kind of staggering. You need to quit staggering me. Alright. Like, we went from barely killing 20 of them to killing 90. That's a sizable difference. Really, like, really. That is a massive difference. By the way, that's why I always try and fight the Chaos Nobles with a secondary, you know, helper, shall we say. But, like, that really did make a difference because they can't block the handguns. And we actually don't even have a majority handguns right now, we just have a few. Or, like, we have kind of a half and half setup. So, really, that's even better than, it seems right now. We're gonna do another dungeon here, because I'm gonna reload that, obviously. I was just testing there. And actually thinking about it, ooh. I just had another thought. That makes rifles a lot better. For us. Because I can actually go for headshots and not have to worry about them blocking with the shield. Yeah, like, killing 60, getting them down to 63 from 140. Actually, they had some recover there. But even still, like, that was very big difference compared to what we experienced before. So I think with a little bit more of a, like, specialized party now, I think now's where we start converting all the normal ranged units over to guns. Whether by hiring them or making them witch hunters. That's some insane efficiency that we're getting now. And they actually had somewhat of an advantage by the fact that the terrain prevented our guys from shooting for a little bit longer than normal. turn that down slightly for myself there. Let me make sure that's not too loud for you guys. We'll do another dungeon by the Tangia dungeon here. There you guys go. Type exclamation point join if you wish to join the dungeon. For looting glory. Alright. But, like, the piercing on the handguns is definitely... Honestly, that's probably, like, one of the biggest things I'm enjoying right now is, like, the difference in... You have so many ways of dealing with just, like, the shield formations and numbers. With this up. Yeah, so they had 157, and we got them down to 63. And, you know, technically an ideal situation for them. Holy crap. Don't mind me here. We're just gonna... Apparently the Ungor don't like chaos very much. But, we're just gonna, you know, mop them up here. Yeah, so our next goal, level up Nolan to max. We'll do another dungeon here, by the way, guys. Again, just type exclamation point join while it's in that queue there. Lets you get some chances for free channel point redeems and all that. But, that makes a massive difference. I should level up crossbows as well. Maybe because it's thematic with witch hunters. But, also because it seems like that's the other weapon, that we are gonna realistically see. And crossbows actually have extended range over bows. And, it would be nice to have the crossbows for, like, firing early on. As they're approaching, the handguns start cleaning up whatever's been chipped down. Because crossbows troops fire from a much further distance than it seems like even the handgun troops fire from. I am noticing, like, handguns, the one issue with their troops is they kind of wait till very close range. That was almost a very bad time. And actually, let's try the square formation here.
Marching order.
Go ahead and order them closer.
Loose formation.
Loosen them up now to where more of them can fire. Well, let's see, who fires first? Yeah, bows. Bows. Okay. Alright, so the handguns are actually firing decently quick. Like, it's not taking them too long to decide to start firing. There we go. I actually want to back up just a little bit so not as many of the same shots go into one location. Oops. Well, he stepped out of line there, so, you know, that's on him. But, yeah, that recruits a rental. Alright. Let's go ahead and clean them up here. I did notice we're actually getting faith experience from using our accusation. Because it scales off of faith now. I'm pretty sure. Can you quit? Can you quit? Quit it! Quit! Alright. Blast him. Chop him up. Reload again. Shoot him in the gut. And there we go. Okay, that was the last one. Alright. 63 prisoners. Pretty good. Yeah, I think we're gonna convert these Death Jacks over to being witch hunters. Same with the Empire Archers and the Skirmishers. We're gonna convert them over. Alright, we'll do that. Because, well, actually, after the stream, I'm gonna basically use the loot that we're not selling to just, like, toss to the troops so that they get leveled up. En masse, like, it'll quickly level them up. We'll do another dungeon here now that the battle's over. Oh. Alright. Yeah, type exclamation point and join if you want to join. It's always good fun. Let's see if I've actually got anything while we're loading up here. We'll keep that. But, now that we've got the gunpowder, like, leveled, next goal will be two-handed or one-handed. Also, I use two-handed a lot. We may go with one-handed. You know, get the true witch hunter look going. That was quite a bit of prestige there. I think we'll do one-handed. Because also, we're just almost at the cap for two-handed anyways right now. So we'll do one-handed. Our Empire Captain here. Get that in place. He gets the great sword there. Let's see. Got another career point. I do think we want to get that range damage for ranged troops. That may help us hit certain breakpoints to where they're one-shotting now through the shield. We're just gonna quickly send troops here. Alright, no losses, perfect. We're gonna offload all of our prisoners here. At Nuln. I wish they were able to I'm guessing that it's not possible to have multiple entrances there. Or at least, like, they haven't figured out how. But, it would be nice so we didn't have to always go back to the same ones. Or, like, around the town like that. Alright, we're gonna get rid of those guys. And some of our recruits. Alright. Let's go ahead and convert these guys. Seven there. This will be expensive, but it'll be worth it in the long run. Because the witch hunters actually do use pistols. And they should be decently, like, armored and armed compared to normal ranged units. We can actually use a lot of these guys for it. Alright. There we go. That gives us a lot more witch hunters. Also, you know, we're playing the witch hunter. It makes sense. Yeah. This is the first stage. They use crossbows and that. You know, best. Let's see. Where's the retinue hunter? He gets a pistol. He gets a pistol. Actually, looks like a pretty good one. Actually, looking at it, yeah, the artillery crew does not get... Or at least the expert ones. Or the veterans, I mean, don't. And this is the final tier for the witch hunter. Which, by the way, I want that pistol. I want that pistol. But that's their final tier, I'm pretty sure. Which... The fact they get a pepper box pistol... That's amazing for laying down fire. Alright. Oh, let's see. I'm trying to think here. I know, it's shocking. Oh. We'll go ahead and... We'll hunt for meat and hide.
Lizard.
A lizard to you too, Hordy. A lizard to you too. I still remember when we did the lizard chain a little bit ago. That was great. Drakenhof is being sieged. I think we have our calling here. Because that's getting sieged by vampires. Almost guarantee it. I think that's our calling, though. We must head over and respond to their cry for aid there. Let's see. Definitely need more melee troops here. There we go. But after all, we should get a fine bit of prestige for assisting against the forces of chaos. Alright. They're sufficiently distracted. Let's get moving. Okay. So the ideal here is we get over there. We should have plenty of or we should get plenty of prestige points to like kind of catapult ourselves forward. All right. Go ahead and ransom the prisoners there. Just a little bit above our party size. We can go ahead and get rid of a few of these trained artillerymen. Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead. We're gonna do that. We're gonna convert them over. And let's help out with the siege here. We're gonna break in. Oh, thank you. That's exactly who I wanted to see as I hire here. There's a reason I was checking here real quick. We need a beast hire, or lore of beast hire, because that is one of the buff trees for witches and wizards here. And that'll be big for making sure we always have the ability to like just absolutely box with any troops in melee if we need to. Of course, I can't determine what buffs they'll use, but hey, it's better than nothing. Alright, let's get right to business. I'm interested in your skills. Join the party. Alright. We'll have to get rid of one more trained crew member, but that's perfect to find right before a big battle. I'm just trying to think. Saw something. I wonder if that fire damage buff will make our weapons do increased damage siege weapon or siege equipment. Oh, that's another reason I want to get into that siege. By the way, if that siege has a long time loading, I'm gonna make a save beforehand. We'll just call it there, and I'll load it up in my own time, so it loads the shaders and that's cached and ready to go for next time. But if that fire damage actually carries over and does increased siege engine damage, that would be perfect. Because that would allow us to just wreck siege engines too. Alright. One last one of these guys. There we go. We'll equip the mage here real quick. Get him ready. It doesn't seem like our companion mages are actually penalized for the winds of magic, like you normally would be. Because for those who don't know, normally you can't use heavy armor, and recover winds of magic, but it seems like they're past the point where that's a massive concern. Let's see. Give them the legendary fur bracers. We'll give them those. We just kind of got to give them whatever we've got on hand currently for them. I had a legendary... Yeah, right here. Actually, we'll give you this. You'll be sufficiently armored. We'll give him the horned helmet. And he really doesn't look like part of the Empire, does he? To be fair, neither does our captain. But, yeah, it's my 2-barrel pistol there. Just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and put this right here. Alright. I'm gonna give him some musket bullets just in case. We'll have him fire with the... Oh, he can't even use the rusty flintlock here. Well. Can you use a crossbow? You can. He'll take our balanced light bolts there. Just so he has something to do while he's up on the wall. And not casting. We'll also go ahead and give him that there as his fighting weapon. Might be a bit too long, actually, for them to ideally use. So I guess we'll just give him an axe instead. Yeah, and that's good. That should be very good. I guess they don't really use that, so let's actually replace that. Plus, he's a beast tree user. So there we go. He's sufficiently armed and armored. At least as much as we can do for him. Oh. He's as armed as we can make him. He leveled up. We're gonna go bust into the siege here. Oh, I got a medicine level up. Perfect. We'll take this one for waiting in towns, because that, I think, counts during a siege. I don't have anything there. This is also not too crazy of an army by the point we got here. I should be able to win this siege. 30 troops, go ahead. Oh, it's having to load all the vampire nobles here. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. It's having to load all their unique armor there. Which shouldn't actually be that bad, because it should just take a second from each of their own unique looks. Hopefully. Oh yeah, I already see it starting to finish up here. Alright. I said the last one would be the last ad, but I think we're going to do one more just to make sure for during the battle here. Because it will take a second since I've never done the siege at Drakenhof. So we're going to do just a 2-minute ad here while this is loading up. There we go. Alright. We'll make a save here under siege working. And we attack. Alright. And while it's loading up, I'll be right back. Alright, looks like I got back just in the nick of time. Because it should finish here in just a moment. Considering it's on the shader 1. Let's see. If we see it pop up with anything longer, if it goes on for longer than like 5 minutes here without changing anything, we'll just call it here. But I want to do at least one siege battle today. We'll do a Tangia dungeon while we're waiting here. I imagine this shouldn't take... Yeah, it's almost done here, actually. We can literally see it finishing up right here. Alright. You guys delve into a dungeon, while I delve into a siege. There we go. Yep, I figured that one wouldn't take nearly as long because... Oh, this is a weird setup. I figured it wouldn't take as long though because of what's it called? The fact we already loaded up against most of the undead troops before. Alright. Our guys are getting good levels here. Holy crap, this is a big place. Holy crap! Okay, hold on. Battering ram's gotta go there. So why don't we get on that catapult right there? Alright, let's make our way over to the wall. Gotta find my way here. We may reload this, if it takes me too long to reach there. But this is kind of awesome. I love the custom siege battles here. They look really good. Oh, holy crap, this is... Oh, okay, this is kind of a nightmare to attack, too, looking at it. It's like... Let's go ahead and fire there. But, like, you look at where everything is, and even if you get through the wall, like... This is just so much to actually have to go through. And with how the fortifications are actually set up, they can just sit there and pelt you the whole time. The AI might actually clutch this up even without us getting down there to manually do the siege stuff. Looking at it. We're just gonna jump over here. Because, like, if you look at, they've already almost broken the the ram there. Yeah, holy crap! This is like the perfect place to try and siege, or like defend from a siege. They do have people on the wall now. It looks like. Alright. Oh, okay, I see. Ooh. So that is where the gate is. So they're already in, but... like, we still get to fire at them so much here. Alright. Ooh, don't go off the ledge there. We'll go to blast them here. We may reload this and retry it now that I know the rough layout to get those siege engines. But, like, that is an insanely good siege, position right there. Alright. The shotgun's inaccurate, or the blunderbuss's inaccuracy here is, on full display for how, like, sketchy it is if we actually even get more than one hit in that crowd. Holy! And then we get hits like that. Alright. That's enough firing there. Let's go ahead and help out here. Alright. Go ahead and blast him. Yeah, the shield piercing is just insanely good here. Alright. Make sure none live. Oh, holy. Or unholy crap in this case. Hey there. No. No. We don't want it. Thank you. Okay, they're bugged out there, so they're not actually being able to attack from that side. Kind of unfortunate. Actually, someone's got it in. That's kind of unfortunate there. Oh, oh. Nope. Quit. Alright. Keep luring them over just to blast them. And get them blasted. Keep taking out the heavily armored ones. Alright. I don't know why they're running up here to swap the melee. Because they, you shouldn't, or the AI normally can't run out of ammo actually while in a siege, by the way. Ah, I see, okay. They were waiting for that side to, okay. Oh, that's only an arrow barrel. Alright. Alright. Bit of reinforcements, but it's too late there. This is such a cool castle, actually. You can definitely see just posting up right there, too. Ordering that, and yeah, this is what's happening. They're all back here slowly getting stamped out. But now that I'm not so confused on the layout, we go again. We give it 2 tries. Once to learn it, and once to actually defend it. But, like, the fact that you have those long approaches, honestly, you could set, like, if you're defending that, and you have full control, you could set up literal just, like, firing lines the entire way up. Dwarves especially would have an easy time of that, thinking about it, because you could put a few Drake firers at the end, or, like, even just hold a Drake fire yourself, and have, like, the handgunners and the grenadiers all the way up. And, like, I can't think of much they would be able to do. Definitely puts you in a very odd, or, like, awful spot, though, to start with. Oh. Like, that beginning location's a very bad spot for it, but overall, that's kind of an insane defense there. And, like, for what's it called? How long I was able to just, like, kind of run around and look, and still they nearly got the battering. The fact that AI can actually fire at the battering ram there, and we'll prioritize it, it's insane in its own right. But fact that, like, you have a straight shot with the catapult is insanely good. With a fire catapult, that's a guaranteed battering ram destruction. Which means then you're just left with the towers, which are the easy parts. Because you can just melee the towers down after they get on the wall. You can just fight hard enough to, like, melee down the tower. But the battering ram, as soon as it gets through, the AI is almost guaranteed to not break due to morale. They're almost guaranteed to not retreat. Like, outside of some exceptions, if you can literally hold them at the gate, they'll sometimes retreat. But the fact you can hold it there, you have a firing line while they're at the battering ram, is also very nice. So I think we may join this faction, like, as our actual Empire faction. We will try and get Drakenholf ourselves as my own settlement. And, I mean, go from there? Drakenholf, honestly, if any of the other vampire castles are like this, that would be awesome too. It's taking a second here, but it should load up quick still. But, like, just getting any of the castles that are like this for my own personal use, basically, would be awesome. Like, we literally have the weakest militia possible right now, too. That's the other thing. We got here right at the end. And we only have our party, basically. So for us to have that little and still be able to power through so much is just perfect. And Empire troops can get grenade launchers. once I get access to a grenade launcher, that initial battering ram area, suddenly it's just a death zone. We can literally just, like, take our grenade launcher and just absolutely smack that area down. I wonder how many charges actually we get with the grenade launcher. Actually, if we get... wonder if I can put a cannon right there on that wall part and have it shoot down at everyone there. If we could put the cannon right there on that wall platform, it would have a straight shot directly to where they're all gonna gather. And I figured out on the Dwarven save, cannons hurt. Cannons hurt a lot. Even as an Iron Breaker, so I mean, like, they're just gonna get devastated. I just saw something. It'd be kind of cool if we could actually replace the normal siege engines with cannons. As like another tier, or like something we could do with them. I wonder if that's actually something they have planned. But, like, 1 to 2 cannons on this wall. And then, with how long those straight shots would actually take, rather than doing 1 to 2 cannons here, put 1 cannon there, put 1 cannon up at the front of the gate, open the gate up, let them run into that, then run up and close the gate. Before the next wave can get in, if we can. It's already loaded up, by the way. I figured this wouldn't be a long load because we've already loaded into the area once. As soon as the mouse cursor appears, it's a very quick load from that, normally. That's a normal indicator. It's like, it's technically putting us in the planning phase. As soon as that disappears again, right here, yep.
No. Anyway.
Exactly, Hardy. Oh no, we're being sieged. Anyways, let's go break the siege. Yeah, if we head down this way, that gets us right to the siege engines too. Which, like, the only issue I can see is... where does that tower get put? Because I'm guessing it goes right there, maybe? But, like, you look, the battering ram's already almost destroyed right here. Well, I say almost destroyed. It's a good bit of the ways. Alright. Now, I will say it's a little hard to see where the battering ram's going here. But clearly I'm hitting it. Ignore the friendly fire there. He was in the way. There we go. We hit it again. All right, that didn't hit. All right. Let's go ahead and deal with the battering ram. ram ourselves here now. Oh, they've used almost all the ammo here. Or they did use all the ammo. Alright. Let's do this. Too close. Alright. That's fine. Alright. Go ahead and blast them here. Now, the real funny thing, because of how this is set up, we can actually do this. We can actually do this. And bombard them from back here. Looks like they're moving in up here. Alright. Alright. Nope. Ow. Well. Alright, so hold on. So where does this go? Oh, holy crap. That is all the way down there. So that is really easy for them to get to. But then they've got to run all the way up here. So this is definitely a castle I'll probably want to take manual control. But like, yeah, so they end up all the way over there, and that's how you get that. Okay. That one's not ever going to get destroyed. But the fact you could order, like, even right here, put the cannon right here. In that case. This would actually be perfect for a firing line. Put some range units back here, some back over this way, and then shield right here. But, like, you can see how easily this gets clogged up. The only problem with this is, like, obviously when we're helping like this, you can't really tell them to all get over in one spot. But, like, I see so many defense points that are actually just amazing here. Heck, just posting up right here. Telling all your range units to post up, like, right there. Fire in, put a shield wall right here. Have a few more range units right there. You even have the boulders right there, too. That's perfect. I just wonder where the other battering ram goes, if that... Or, not the other battering ram. The other... siege tower. That one's all the way down there. Also, the fact you even have easy access to shooting their own siege engines. Yeah, we didn't get our... actually, I guess we did get our full party in there. That's kind of an insane one. Honestly, the fact they don't have fire siege is the only problem here that we're running into. Um, that is just an insanely good siege position. Gonna reload, and we're gonna try one just sending the troops in and see what happens. Sometimes with how the game auto resolves during sieges, it's heavily in your favor. To the point where you can be heavily outnumbered and it still works out well. And I'm just curious there. Like, this is definitely a siege where if you have full control of the AI, meaning you get, like, you're the governor or you're, like, there at the start of the siege and you're controlling every action of it, so you get the pre-planning in that, you could very easily just post up somewhere, create a kill box with how that castle is set up, and just, like, kind of chug away at them there. Yeah, I thought it was the engineering there. And then our companions also got the engineering skills. They were the ones on it. But, that's one of those that really does, like, just perfectly work with what you want for a castle. And even having that siege, or the siege shower down at the bottom. Now that I know exactly where it is, just run down there and, like, if we get throwing, for instance, leveled up with, or actually maybe even just with a shotgun, depending on how good it is at damaging that. If it's similar to, like, throwing, for instance. And just sit there and just wail on it before it gets to the wall. Oh. We'll auto resolve here, and if it doesn't work, we'll just call it there. And we'll just retake that castle instead, because honestly, that's going to be a fun one to attack as well. I just absolutely love how they really went all out clearly on the castle designs. The sieges were already my favorite part of Bannerlord, actually. I love the, like, the in-city fighting that can happen. For anyone who watched me play this like Bannerlord vanilla previously, you would know that from just seeing how much I like to go and defend it. Defend sieges. Or defend against sieges, I mean. But, like, sieges are some of my favorite parts of Bannerlord, because I feel like, well, I do wish there was more of a way to involve cavalry in those, but obviously at the same time it wouldn't make that much sense. I mean, maybe you could wait for them to open the gates and then charge them through, but that'd be it. But I like the more, like, unique terrains in that to fight on. Really. So let's see. The casualty ratio is not great. Yeah, this will definitely result in a loss here. If we were to do this. We just don't have we didn't get here quite early enough, I feel like. Alright. That was still fun, though. Alright, let's find a raid target. I can't go for too much longer. I've got to get prepared for the 24-hour tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Honestly, if we can get a few more, like, castle designs like that, too, that would be fun.
Oh, no. Anyway.
Was your oh no anyway supposed to be like the we're raiding out here soon? Alright. Let's see. Who do we have online here? Let us see. I think we are going to raid out to... Oh! Alright, this should be fun. Already, you're gonna really enjoy this one. Possibly. We're raiding out to Boom, who is playing Amnesia the Bunker. Which, I wonder if this is from one of my recommendations about it. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I definitely did. We will definitely be doing more Bannerlord after the 24-hour. We may do a small amount during it. I'm not sure there. I've got a couple things already planned for during Bannerlord. Or during Bannerlord. During the 24-hour. So we'll see. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Have a good night. Take it easy. Hopefully I'm able to get some sleep. But hopefully you guys can get some sleep too. And I will see you all later. Bye-bye.